Sunderland, located in the northeast of England, it is a city known for its rich maritime history, vibrant cultural scene and stunning coastal beauty. With a legacy tied to shipbuilding and coal mining, Sunderland has evolved into a modern city that celebrates its heritage while embracing innovation. And no better place sums this up better than the Warden Law Kart circuit, also known as Karting North East. It's quickly becoming known as the birthplace of champions. With a sprawling track length of approximately 1,000 metres and 14 turns, it offers an exciting, challenging experience for our drivers. With this weekend being the penultimate round of the championship for both Rotax and Honda, the nerves and tensions is starting to build in the paddock. In Micromax is Edward Haynes, who leads the way from rookie sensation Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who trails by just 4 championship points. It's the same in Minimax, with the dynamic DHR duo of Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft leading the field, separated by just 2 points. Fresh from his Junior X30 Championship win from Rowra, Macaulay Bishop is looking to do the double, with him leading the championship standings in Junior Rotax. But one other driver is set to change that, with Ethan Jeff Hall hot on his heels in second. Kartmasters champion Kai Hunter leads it in seniors, but by only 1 point from Wales' Matthew Higgins. But with Warden Law being Kai's turf, he has the home field advantage. And with the rumble in the jungle, the Hondas are the closest, with the top 5 all separated by a handful of points. It's just a waiting game for championship leader Max today. But with that being said, they all have one more round to go at PFI. The mighty Bambinos are to be decided here at the birthplace of champions, with just 4 of the top 5 drivers being here. It's down to Chapman, Kempson, Algar and Hibbett to decide who will be the British Kart champion in 2023 for Bambino. And what a weekend it will be to decide that championship. Hello and welcome to everyone joining us here for Event 10 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships from Warden Law, Karting North East, or like I said there, the birthplace of champions. It's becoming very well known. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather in the commentary box joining you this weekend. Andrew, your first time here with the British Kart Championships. Welcome finally, and your first time here at Warden Law as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome from yourself and everybody here at Warden Law. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic so far this weekend here at Karting North East. We've already seen a number of very close races, very intriguing qualifying sessions, and it's a fascinating picture. The weather is difficult for the drivers out there. It's a tricky course as well, with 12 turns, 1.2 kilometres, with a bit of elevation in there as well. And you're absolutely right what you said earlier about the building of the tension and everything. It's getting to that precipice of the season where every single race, every single qualifying session for the drivers counts in some way, shape or form, and that should be very exciting for everybody watching here on the stream.
It certainly should be. There's a look at the weather. It's incredibly autumnal out there. The wind is blowing a gale. Clouds are coming over. Temperature is low. I've got to say, for a driver, probably not the most fun conditions. For a spectator, neither. But if you're watching at home, you know, tucked away under your blanket or your sofa with your popcorn, coffee, tea, whatever you got in the morning, I suspect this is going to be an absolutely fantastic day. And a huge welcome to everyone who is joining us on the live stream as well. Do get your comments in on the live chat if you're watching on Motorsport UK, on Alpha Live, wherever you are watching. Please do get your comments in. We would love to hear what you are saying. And a big hello to Jan Ackerman, who's out there as well, and to Henry Cameron Racing, who is joining us on there also. There is us in the commentary box. There you can see. We're currently sitting down. We've stolen one of the briefing room benches, as you can see there, and we're currently chilling with the helmets and race suits in here. But I've got to say, Warden Law has been incredibly fantastic in terms of facilitating us here, and they are really working on building this circuit here, and it is absolutely amazing to see the changes that they have made, not only with the facilities but also with the infrastructure in terms of the paddock as well.
Yeah, it's a circuit that's really expanded over the last few years. It's in good stewardship, it's in good hands at the moment. That's really good to see for everyone here in this part of the world.
Yes, it is. So we caught up with many drivers over the course of this weekend, but most importantly, we caught up with our driver of the day from not the last round, but from GYG, all the way back at Event 4. We caught up with Tom Spearman. Wera Tools driver of the day from Event 4, GYG, Tom Spearman and his mechanic Finn joining us here at Warden Law. Well, congratulations, firstly, because winning this, obviously, it's a very important thing. You've got a beautiful trophy, some fantastic tools. The weekend as well. Talk us about it. Your best result to the British Championships.
Yeah, it was a good weekend, a nice and clean weekend. We didn't make many mistakes, so the quali was nice and calm. It was a good, I think it was P7 in group, if I'm thinking back to it. And then in the heats, it was 2 nice and clean heats again. So I think it was like P3 and P4 in the heats, which put us P7 in the pre-final. And then we had a nice and clean race. I think I lost a few positions at the start and then got back to P7. And then the final, I started P7. I kept going forward. And then unfortunately I made contact with another driver. I got spun round, but we managed, because of all the loads of crashes behind me because of the contact. We managed to keep P7. It was we probably could have done better in the final, but it was still a good result considering the damage I got as well from the contact.
Yeah, and of course you couldn't do it as well without your mechanic. The man on the span is Finn, who's done a brilliant job. So Finn, I know you're very busy on this one, but as well as a present for you, congratulations, a nice little spanner set there, and a great job with Thomas, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, he's doing good this year. He's getting better throughout the year, so yeah, we're definitely getting there, but I think I need to run off in a second because I'm a bit busy just now, so thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done on that one. And then for you, Tom, as well, well done. The trophy there. Driver of the day, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, very good to hear from Tom Spearman at the end of that one. Brilliant run he had at GYG, his best result over that one, and of course winning driver of the day. And as well, there will be a driver of the day at the end of this weekend. The panel of judges chooses the best drivers from each classes. They go to the public vote, and then you, the members of the public, can choose your driver of the day, and that goes for it. And it will be for all the classes this weekend, including this one just here, the Bambinos, the championship decider this weekend. The 5 drivers entering into this one, so only a very small grid, but 4 of these drivers are in contention for the championship, and it couldn't be any closer, could it? There is a handful of points between them. Yeah,
it's all to play for. As I say, every single race is really important for the drivers now. It could be, you know, when you get to the end of the championship, you look at one particular heat and go, that's the one that the tide turned in a championship battle. And 5 drivers about to head out on circuit. It's been thrills and spills so far this weekend in the Bambinos, all the way from qualifying, so this should be a good one.
Yeah, it certainly should be, and there you go, where champions are born, and we're going to crown another one this weekend in that Bambino category. Yesterday, very interesting day. Over the course of the weekend for Bambinos, they do get the 2 qualifying heats, many warm-up sessions, qualifying of course as well, and the final. No pre-finals for the Bambinos, but still they do have a good run in this one. But curious to see what they can do in this one, because yesterday Henry Algar took the race win after putting it on pole as well. Ronnie Kempston was a 2nd, Harry Chapman was a 3rd, Mason Hibbert 4th, and William Wainwright came 5th in that one. So there was a bit of a change in the mid-pack. But the races, you were commentating on some of them with Joe Bradley yesterday on the circuit comms. They were very close. Yeah, quite a fair bit of pack racing, especially across the top 4. We've got a bit more experience. Qualifying, we saw that as well, with a few spins out there which mixed the field up a bit. So it's going to be intriguing how the tactics are played in this, and it was a very close finish that went the way of Henry Algar yesterday. He's in really good form. I've been watching him race the last few months. He's on a crescendo, which when you're getting to the end of a championship, that's the direction you want to be, and he's definitely going to be a factor today. Exactly that. Well, there are many races to go, and the first one's about to hit the track. It's Bambino Race 14. It's Heat 2, and it's coming up next. Like we were saying, they may be mighty, but they've got a mighty small grid out there as well. Henry Algar and Ronnie Kempston then start this one on the front row. Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman go from row 2, and William Wainwright will round out row number 3, all by his lonesome. But nevertheless, he will latch on to that pack and see what he can do. As you can see, they've made their way out to the track. Standing start for the Bambinos. Obviously, parents, mechanics, anything heading out to the dummy grid to make sure all is well in this one. The one thing that I love about the Bambinos, I stress this every time I watch them, is I love when they get off the line, you see the hop in the cart, the seat, everything like that to try and get it going. I don't think it actually does anything to benefit the cart in any way, shape or form, but they love doing it, and you'll always see it. And it's a great learning ground as well. We've got to remember these drivers are so young, but we'll talk about it later when we get into the cadet age classes, that we're now really starting to see the benefit, I think, of the Bambino classes racing, because by the time you're getting to the cadet classes, you've got drivers with
a good level of experience in those competitions, and this is where they learn it. And we've seen some really good racing, of course, in the Bambinos this year.
Yeah, of course, you've got the things of just like basic kart control, you know, learning tracks, things like that. Also racecraft as well. You learn all of that in these your younger years of racing, and yeah, you can imagine they do learn quite a fair chunk. This is their second qualifying heat. We do not know where they're going to be starting for the final later on, so let's determine where that is going to happen. As the lights turn on, they go out and away they go down towards turn number 1, and there's the hop. There's the Bambino hop that we always like to see, and it's a good start from Algar, who holds on to the lead of that one. Kempson just tucks in there into second place as they now work on the slipstream. The slipstream, probably the most important thing for these two, as the drivers in the background there, Chapman and Hibbert, going side by side. Wainwright just latching onto the back of them, but crucially, nice clean breakaway there, and this is what we're seeing from Kempson and from Algar, just working together to try and break away from the pack.
Ronnie Kempson, another driver who's been building across the course of the season that form that you need for a championship run. Winner last time out at Wilton Mill. Perfect start then for Algar and Kempson at the front of the order. They'll try and run 2 by 2, you would think, through the course of this first lap. Harry Chapman, championship leader at the start of the weekend, already on the move down the inside of the number 77 of Mason Hibbert there. Good move, Anthony, for third place.
Yeah, very good move there, and crucially not burning a lot of time out there either, because you don't want to be battling away too hard. You know, you will just lose a little bit of momentum and you'll lose time. So right now, hopefully they can work together to try and close that gap. But so far, it's been a nice, clean, concise first opening lap, as now we go side by side for the race lead out of the slipstream, but it will be Kempson who has to tuck back in. Did not have full waft out of the final corner as they head down in towards turn 1 once again. Very quick corner is turn 1. Slightly banked as well, positive camber. You can really push the kart through it, but you have to be careful, because then the next corner you come to is a little left-hand kink, which can then scupper your momentum if you go a bit too quick through turn 1.
Once you get through turn 1, it's one of those circuits that doesn't let you breathe.
No.
It's corner after corner after corner, very technical circuit, but you've got to get in a rhythm, you've got to get in a flow to get good lap times around this Warden Law circuit. But our Bambinos doing really well at the moment. Algar and Kempson working nicely at the front of the order. Can Harry Chapman chase them down? This is going to be an interesting phase of the race for Harry Chapman, because I think it's fair to say he's dropped Hibbert there in 4th place. He's now got to work on his own versus 2 drivers working together at the front. Will we start to see the championship leader pull Algar and Kempson back in there? They're going through the horseshoe, another part of the course where you've got to keep things tight, got to keep things even as you then come onto the blast of the pit straight. Gaps at the end of lap number 2, 10th between Algar and Kempson, and it's a further 2 seconds back to Chapman in 3rd. Crucially at the moment, Anthony, 1 minute 10.8 for the 2 front runners, 1 minute 11.8 for Chapman. So he's got to find a bit of pace there if he wants to be in the discussion for the win in this race.
Well, the only reason that's happening for him is because he hasn't got a slipstream. He hasn't got anyone to give him that bump. Those 2 working at the front, they've got the bump draft, they've got the slipstream, they're able to do that. So for the drivers behind, it's really just a case of maybe they do need to just close back up again and try and work together and try and push each other along. But again, that comes with experience, that comes with knowledge of the circuit, and these drivers right now, they're learning those traits, they're learning those skills, so you can forgive them for that area of their racing. But so far it's still looking relatively close at the front and still at the back. The sector times are still looking relatively consistent between all the drivers, everyone running within a second, well, half a second of each other actually through sector 2. You know, the sector times there for everyone. William Wainwright with a 21.3 in his second sector is actually faster than Hibbert, and actually running relatively close to Kempston, Chapman and Algar. So, you know, pace is really looking good for a lot of our drivers out there, as Henry Algar at the front now sets the fastest lap of the race. I say that, it's by 1/1000th of a second across the line, that fastest lap. So again, they're just working in unison here to break away.
And I think the good news for our drivers here in the Bambino category, relatively similar conditions to what they experienced yesterday in their first heat. They're about half a second off the pace that they ultimately hit yesterday in heat number 1. But to go back to William Wainwright as well, another driver I think we're going to see building confidence over these races, to wrap up this season and hopefully into next season as well. We were talking to folks in the awning yesterday, weren't we?
Yes.
And they were saying that they are really glad to have this platform and be able to race against drivers with a bit more experience, because sometimes that's what you need as a young driver, to see how other drivers get the performance.
Yes, exactly. You compare, data, compare lap times, compare sector times, anything like that around a multitude of circuits around the country as well, because for a lot of these drivers, it possibly could be their first time coming to a circuit. The same for a lot of drivers over the course of the weekend and in the classes as well. It would be their first time here. So everything is a learning curve for a lot of drivers, and it's just a case of getting used to the circuit. And for these drivers right now, they are learning each and every lap they go out there. You think, if I take that corner a little bit tighter here, I'd get a bit more exit speed, or if I do that there, I do that there. It's all a learning game for our young Bambino drivers, and right now they are doing a fantastic job. There we go, with 4.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap of their second qualifying heat. This will determine the grid for the final later on today, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Plenty of finals to come up over the course of the day. Pre-finals as well. I can see some questions coming up. Honda Cadet pre-final, that's due to hit the track at 10 to 12 today, local time. The same for the Bambinos. If you're a Bambino fan, their final, I think they are the first final of the day later on. They are indeed. Race 21. Their start time is 1 o'clock this afternoon for the Bambino final. So that will be one to watch, because we'll find out who will be champion as well.
Absolutely. 4 minutes to go on the clock. Algar and Kempson still in flying formation at the moment. The pace is improving as well over the line again. Back into the 1 minute 10.8, but there is a new fastest lap of the race from the previous tour of the circuit. Ronnie Kempson on a 1 minute 10.45. 5 to 6 seconds now is their lead over Harry Chapman in third. He's looking comfortable at the moment, ahead of Mason Hibbert in fourth place. A very close run on the lap times, at least, between Hibbert and Wainwright. So I think this is fair to say the strongest run we've seen so far from Willie and Wainwright. And in fact, I think they have changed position. Just looking at the data, they're running towards Senna 1 now. Here are your two leaders going through the top of the circuit, through the back chicane.
I think you're right. I think they have changed. Yeah, Wainwright's got in front of Mason Hibbert, so Wainwright up to P4 now, so that's a fantastic job by him. You can just see them whizzing through the background of this shot. There they are, going through the chicane. And yes, you can see having a lovely race at the back of that one as well. So again, good to see that you are seeing changes throughout the field in this one. And yeah, drivers in this stage of their racing careers, lots still to learn, isn't there?
Another lap completed. End of lap number 5. 1 minute 10.7s that time around for Algar and Kempson. Harry Chapman as championship leader. The positive to take from this race, Anthony, scoring more points well, we'll get a good haul in the intermediate classification. Very much keep himself in play when we get to the final later on today. There are your drivers fighting briefly for 4th and 5th place. Wainwright and Hibbert through Senna 1. It's a Senna S, but we were talking with Joe Bradley earlier. It's kind of like 2 corners, 2 hairpins.
Weren't we? I mean, yeah, you've got all the corner names out there. You've got Brian's Bend, which is not turn 1, it's more kink out of that one, named after Brian Horby. Then you've got Dogleg, you've got St John's, then the Senna S's. This is a controversial one because it's more of a dedicated hairpin and then another corner, so it's kind of like Senna S or Senna 1 and then Senna 2. You've got the back chicane. Not Dunlop chicane, unless Dunlop pulls some money out of their pocket. Then you've got the back straight that isn't straight, Gasworks Bend, Horseshoe, and then Paddock Bend, no connection with horse and paddock. But yes, there was a good chat that we had with Joe Bradley about that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Fountain of knowledge here at Warden Law. 1.5 minutes to go then. Henry Algar still leading ahead of Ronnie Kempson. Ronnie Kempson will go for a move, though, based on what we saw yesterday.
Yes,
probably on the last lap, because the gap that we saw between these two that went in the favour of Algar, 0.08 of a second, side by side. There's a bit of an overlap as they came over the line.
It is always the way with the Bambinos, isn't it? They learn from the cadet runners. They learn from the senior runners. They watch them out there where they'll have like a 2-horse race all the way to the end. They won't overtake. They won't battle. They won't do anything. And then they'll wait to the very last lap, and then it all kicks off, and then you've got the most exciting last minute of a race you'll ever see in your life. But with 40 seconds to go on this one, they will still have another couple of laps in this one, because they will cross the line with a bit of time left to go. Then when they cross the line with 0 seconds to go, they then get the last lap board. So they're going to cross the line with probably about 20 seconds to go in this race. So they've still got a couple of laps left in this one. So right now, this is where you're going to start to see these two start to maybe think about going for remove here. But Kempson's had all this time to learn where Algar's been positioning the kart, where he's been braking, where he's been turning in, you know, all of these things. He's been studying what he's been doing. Right now, he just needs to come up with a plan of where he is going to go for the attack. And for me, this weekend, where have the main attacks been? I would say they've more been into this corner here, Senna 1 into the Senna S's again, or you can line a move up there for a switchback out of the corner in through Senna 2. Again, you can get a good exit out of the back chicane here. If you can get a good drive out of the corner, you can get the slipstream up the hill in towards Gasworks, and you can have a move down the inside of Gasworks. And crucially, that's a good place to get it done because the exit is downhill. You can get good momentum out of the corner despite the fact that you've slowed down taking a title on an entry. And
it's quite a wide piece of road there.
It is, yeah.
Gasworks. I was stood up there earlier in the weekend during some of the practice sessions and seeing that is where, especially when we get into the juniors and the seniors, you're going to see a lot of action through that part of the course as people go for a bit of a block pass down there. This is the crucial one, though, Anthony. Final lap board has been displayed, and now the race begins.
Yes.
Algar defends to the inside through turn 1, holds it ahead of Kempson. Where can Ronnie Kempson find the best opportunity to try and take that first race win of the weekend? Can he improve on second place yesterday in Heat 1?
That is the main question, because certainly looking forward to seeing what is going to happen on this one. Algar's the one that needs to defend this position. As he is, again, a driver who's fighting for the championship, as well as all of them really out there fighting for a spot in the championship on this one, who could be the championship winner. But right now, it looks like, well, Algar has managed to actually open up a gap. He's saved a little bit of waft for this very last lap, and he's actually managed to open up some space. So Kempson, despite the fact he set the fastest lap on that last lap, has not been able to really utilise it. He's not gone for the move. Now, Algar did go defensive in towards turn 1 as well earlier on, but wasn't able to get a switchback or send it to the outside or get a cutback. So out of the final corner, it'll be signed, sealed and done, and Henry Algar from flag to finish really on that one will take it. And he will score maximum championship points, and that will help out his championship fight, because I think he went into this weekend 3rd in the standings, so that will very much help him out. Kempson crosses the line in 2nd place from Chapman, who now crosses the line there in 3rd. Mason Hibbert and Wainwright, who have been having an absolutely fantastic battle. We didn't see them on the stream, unfortunately, but they cross the line side by side, and Wainwright just takes it across the line from Mason Hibbert. Very, very close, just 0.02 of a second between the two of them. Wainwright with a brilliant result now with a P5 and a P4. But there, Henry Algar takes 2 wins this weekend and will be delighted with that one, scoring maximum championship points to push himself up in those standings.
We'll confirm the point standings.
We will.
With Ian and the guys in the timing booth, but I think that's going to leave us very, very close indeed on the points when we get to the final later on. Great to see William Wainwright getting 4th place there. That's a huge improvement for the driver there in the number 21, and can take that confidence into the final.
Exactly that. Looking forward to that one later on. Like we were saying, that will be the first final that goes out on track after the lunch break here today. That final is due to start at 1 o'clock local time here. 15 minutes plus 1 lap their race. It's a long old race that they have got out there. Plenty more races to go. We turn our attention now to the repercharge for Junior Rotax Race 15. Big entries for the Junior Rotax category this weekend. So many drivers, unfortunately, not making it straight into the pre-final. Remember, it's a maximum grid of, I believe, 36 we can have out there this weekend. But yes, right now, the Junior Rotax, 16 of them not making it into the pre-final straight away, which means the top 6 in this one go through to the final. And hopefully someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that one. It's top 6 or top 4. But right now, it will just be down to what happens there. And there, a beautiful display of how windy it is out there.
Brisk.
Brisk
is the word I've been using a lot so far this morning. For the conditions out there, unsettled, and that's, I think, probably been the biggest challenge for everybody, irrespective of what class you're in this weekend, is keeping on top of what the weather's been doing. I mean, right now, there's a bit of blue sky. It's arguably the best racing conditions that we've had so far this weekend. But yesterday was a bit of a nightmare for the drivers in that it wasn't fully dry, it wasn't fully wet. It was that tricky period in the middle.
Yeah, it was horrible, wasn't it? It was a half dry, half damp track. So you had some drivers going out on wets, you had some drivers going out on slicks. You know, karts were coming back absolutely. I saw a driver come back in, he had mud caked all over his helmet, and I thought, have you been off track? I'd be like, no, that's just being behind another kart. So it just shows it was very, very challenging yesterday, but a big cleanup job happened overnight with all the teams, everything like that, making sure the kart's clean, making sure that the race gear is clean as well, making sure they are ready for this one. And right now it all falls down to what happens on this one. I'm looking forward to this one because it's going to be a tough race because there are some names in this repercharge who just didn't have a good weekend yesterday. You got Kai Veach, who starts this one on pole position. Qualifying for him, 27th. Yesterday he had an 18th and 23rd in his, so he actually starts on the front row for this one. Joe Anderson, you've got Sky Parker, you've got Aris Mijalskis, who's out in this one as well. You've got Lachlan Johnson who's out in Reg Hayward. You know, Coles Racing, Reg Hayward, you know, he's out in this way. He's another driver who's always been, you know, up there as well in some of the field. So there are some names down there that are a surprise, I think.
Yeah, and I say with a big field here and not enough places for all of them to get through, this should be a very competitive race for the repercharge in Junior Rotax. The only repercharge that we will see today. And I think this was a class in particular that had a real tough time with the conditions. It's funny how sometimes the classes, as they roll through a schedule, just seem to keep hitting the worst of the conditions in terms of making those decisions. So I think they'll be quite pleased at the moment. There's a bit of sun and wind blowing across the circuit, taking away any more damp spots out there on track.
I'm just trying to see which way the wind is blowing. I think they've got a tailwind down the main straight. I'm not too sure. By the looks of that one, they may actually have a crosswind down the main straight, so that actually probably won't play in their favour. So, yeah, it's going to be a real challenge for a lot of these drivers, but for a lot of them, it has been already a very challenging weekend. And, yeah, you can imagine that right now these drivers just want to get this race done. Like you say, we always see the repercharge. We always see them battling at the front, unnecessarily as well. We always call it out in this one. You know, it's only the top drivers that do go through the bubble, as we say, that make their way through into the pre-final later on today. But everyone just trying to get into that top 6 area to try and hold on to it. Drivers are told to clear the grid. Mechanics clearing the grid now as we get going for this race. We'll give you the grids in a few moments' time. But like we were saying, 16 drivers in this one, and they have got a mighty challenge ahead of them as this race is going to be a tough one for them. The repercharge, 10 minutes plus 1 lap to determine who is going to be going home in the early stages of today at Event 10 here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Junior Rotax. A lot of these drivers who have been racing not only in the UK but around Europe as well, racing in several other Rotax classes as well, back here in the UK to determine who is going to be the best of British. Here we go then. Let's take you through the starting lineup because Junior Rotax Race 15 Repercharge, it's coming up next. Let's take you through the starting lineup in this one then. Kai Veach and Joe Anderson, who start this one on the front row, 18th and 23rd for Veach. Anderson was 16th and 25th yesterday, qualified 29th. Zach Turner and Sky Parker, they go from row 2. Sky Parker only qualifying 30th and Zach Turner 31st. Two of them having to run together throughout the entire weekend. Armin Banzel and Eli Baden, they go from the next row. Banzel not actually qualifying and Baden qualifying 41st.
On the outside looking in, these are the drivers who will need to move up through the order to get through into the pre-finals. Aris Mijalskis starts on row 4 in 7th place on the grid. Jacob Woods alongside him 8th. Reg Hayward, bit of a surprise there on row 5 in the repercharge. Devon Nolan completes the top 10. Victor Hansen and Deacon Russell start on row 6.
Emily Cotti and Shun Zakazuki go from row 7. Lachlan Johnson and Jurgis Pravalunas round out the back of the field. 16 karts out there right now, and like I say, top 6 in the bubble in this one have got the best shot, but they're going to need to work together. We see this all the time in the repercharges. They always battle, and there's always some question marks. Lights do not go out. They go round again. It is a false start to start the day for Junior Rotax.
Yeah, a bit more time for the drivers to gather that information that they need of what the track is doing at the moment. It is continuing to brighten up out there, which is a welcome sight for, I think, everybody in the paddock at the moment.
Got to say, sun shining is a nice thing. And as well, a couple of drivers not going out the circuit, according to my timing screen. Reg Hayward and Lachlan Johnson not appearing to have left the pit lane. Hopefully they are all right. If they may have gone home, not too sure. But yeah, that would be a shame for them. They will not make it into the pre-final later on today. Well, take 2 then for this one. Kai Veach and Joe Anderson. I saw Veach this morning having a chat with the team, the mechanic, again giving a few words of wisdom, because you know that it's always a tense moment in these repercharges, because yes, okay, you're battling to get it into the pre-final, knowing that the fact that you're going to start right at the back of the pre-final as well, so you'll have so much work to do on that one. But again, this is a make or break. This is going to be the decider whether or not you're going home or you're going to continue your race weekend. Here we go then. Green lights do go out and away they go down towards turn number 1. Good start from Veach, then holds the inside line of that one. Joe Anderson, despite his best efforts getting a good getaway, tries to hang it around the outside and get the switch back, but he can't quite do it. Looks like Hunter Motorsport, Zach Turner now up into 2nd place, and as he tries to now attack Kai Veach, who breaks away from the main field. Still scrapping in the background there, but crucially, it's a clean breakaway for the entire field.
And also, the top 5 have a gap back to 6th and everybody else. So if they can work together over the next lap or so, they've got a great opportunity of, in the early stages of this repercharge, having their places all but booked through into the pre-final. Through the back chicane they go, onto the back straight and into Gasworks Bend. This is where I think we're going to see a lot of action in this race, Anthony. But a great start for Veach at the front of the order. Is going to come round to lead at the end of lap 1. Bit of a bottleneck forming, though, from 2nd place down, which is going to change the complexion of this race.
Yeah, comments coming in, and do keep them coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Stuart Angus joining us. Morning, gents. Lachlan has to retire from the event last night. See you guys again soon. Hopefully Lachlan is all right, but good to see that, yeah, he was, unfortunately, we know the reason why he's not here. Morning, boys, to Angus Fender joining us on the live chat as well. Do keep your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. 8.5 minutes to go in this one. Kai Veach, though, leading the way, is down the inside. Aris Mijauskis trying to get moves done, and that was on Joe Anderson there for P3. So Mijauskis up into P3. That's good, but again, you're already in that top 6. You don't have to battle. You can try and focus as the cameras whiz through the shot there. Love that shot through the back straight that isn't straight as they go through the Gasworks hairpin now, down the hill in towards Horseshoe. And again, drivers now trying to find their feet and trying to find a piece of track to themselves. There's no lunges to the inside there at Paddock Bend as they go into the slipstream. There is a lunge in the background there. That looks like that was Jurgis Pavalunas getting up into the top 10 at the expense of Jacob Woods, who's dropped 3 positions in this one now, down into P11.
Yeah, Pavalunas making some really nice progress. He's up 6 positions in the early couple of minutes. Also saw Sky Parker going for a big one down the inside through Gasworks. That's got him into 6th place. I guess it's down the inside on the number 76. That's Zach Turner losing a position to Mijauskis. The argument maybe to flip it back the other way, to counter ourselves, if you do fight in that top 6, if you make those positions, you're just increasing your own safety. You don't want to be in that 5th, 6th place.
Yes.
Because you'll be like the biggest target on your back in the whole paddock for that final spot in the pre-final.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the cusp of the bubble, and right now that's Sky Parker who is on that bubble, and there you can see just behind there as they go side by side, and that is Jurgis Pavalonis and one of the Cato Motorsport karts there that have come together. That, I think, is Eli Baden. So Eli Baden and Jurgis Pavalonis, both of them do get going again, but are right at the back of the field, and their chances of getting into the pre-final is now over.
Yeah, real shame for them, particularly for Pavalunas, who was making that progress up through the order. But one overtake too many, just didn't quite make his way through, and that ends their races there and their weekends in effect. 6.5 minutes to go. Veach looking brilliant at the front of the order, not only with this big gap, but the pace as well. Fastest driver on circuit. This is the perfect position that you want to be in one of these repercharges. Don't worry about everybody behind. You've got a clear gap at the front of the order. Concentrate on your lines. Go into time attack mode in a way and count these laps down to the checkered flag.
No, exactly that. Still Sky Parker on the bubble as Deacon Russell sees a 5-second time penalty. And he is at this moment down in 8th position. So Deacon Russell, who is going to try and fight for that spot, now with that 5-second time penalty, has got even more work to do. As Sky Parker now is under attack here, and the battle here for the bubble is, well, under threat really, as Victor Hansen, with the fastest lap of the race, is trying to close in on that one, and they're all trying to scrap for position. So Victor Hansen now up into the bubble. Joe Anderson has gone down now out of the bubble. Deacon Russell really needs to capitalise on this one if he wants to try and get into this final. As drivers make their way once again through the horseshoe, they are still holding on to position. But right now it's still Veach from Mijowskis. Zach Turner there in 3rd place, who is still latching onto the back. Armand Banzel on his own. Sky Parker now going wheel to wheel with Victor Hansen just in the background as well. So they're going to have to be careful. Anderson trying to get involved in this one, so this battle here, very, very vital.
Sekiguchi going along quite nicely, fastest driver out on circuit, 52.27 seconds, currently in 9th place. Could join this battle here, in fact. He's got a bit more time to find up to the rear end of Deacon Russell, Joe Anderson, Victor Hansen, but keep an eye on the Japanese driver there. Making some really good progress right now. Good move as well by Joe Anderson. Had a tough lap 1 lap ago, but he's responding, getting back on pace. I guess that's one of the difficulties facing the drivers at the moment. Yes, it's dry, but because we've had so much rain this weekend, there's not necessarily a high amount of grip if you do get off the racing line. That's what happened to Joe Anderson a couple of laps ago, but good to see that he's now responding back through. 7th place for him at the moment, but crucially in that pack, in the discussion with just over 4 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap to see who's going to go through to the pre-final.
Sekiguchi now with the fastest lap of the race as well, sitting there in P9, is going to have to utilise that to try and close up to this battle up ahead, as again, just down the inside there, Joe Anderson looking to the inside of Sky Parker, and crucially, 5-second time penalty going out to Victor Hansen. Now he's in P5. That would promote Joe Anderson up into the top 6. Remember, Deacon Russell is also a driver who has a 5-second time penalty. So Sekiguchi really, I think, needs to capitalise on this. He's got drivers up ahead, 2 drivers up ahead who have got 5-second time penalties. He needs to gain 1 more position to try and help himself out. He might get into this pre-final.
He's got a chance. He's got a really good chance with the pace on board that number 95 at the moment.
Now Anderson with a warning flag as well, and the number 28, it's just going a little bit okay, so it's getting a little bit boisterous out there. They need to, I think, find their limits of what they're doing out there, because again, you're starting to see moves coming in. I think desperation, I think, starts to kick in for a lot of these drivers. I mean, it's a horrible word to use for the drivers. It's down the inside there, Sky Parker having to defend from Joe Anderson and just not giving it up. And there comes Sekiguchi to the inside. There's another position gain to Sekiguchi down the inside of Deacon Russell and gets up into 8th place. So that now helps it out massively. Joe Anderson now drops down to 9th.
Yeah, that was not a good lap at all for Joe Anderson. Sekiguchi beautifully read that situation, saw that it was going to be a lane down the inside through Horseshoe, and has got himself in a great place now. 2.5 minutes remaining. Still the number 23, Sky Parker, leading at the front of this group. Down the inside goes Sekiguchi. Love that. Through Senna 1. We've said we would see moves into Senna 1, and that was spot on from the DHR driver.
Yeah, no drama there whatsoever, and crucially, that, I think, secures a spot in the pre-final. If he can maintain that position, there is still 2 minutes to go on this one, as Emily Cotti on that last lap sets the fastest lap of the race. She's there in P11, also closing in on this battle. So again, with this battle raging on, it is really opening, it's an open invitation to a lot of these drivers now to really get into this pre-final later on for Junior Rotax. It's so close, as again, down the inside through turn 1, Sky Parker getting nerfed out of the way there by Sekiguchi, who puts a perfect move in down the inside of turn 1 and now gets up into P6. So that really does confirm Shun Sekiguchi there into the pre-final.
And what a roller coaster Joe Anderson's having as well. He's going backwards, he's going forwards, he's going backwards, he's gone forwards again, because Anderson nipped through past Sky Parker in all of that as well. So Sky Parker I think is now going to be down in 8th place. I agree. Keep an eye on Emily Cotty. When I've seen her race over the last few months, she's got really good form at the moment, has Emily. And she will not give this one up till the end. Good scrap going on here between the number 13 of Deacon Russell and the 23 of Sky Parker. Sky Parker now having a difficult phase of the race, and right on cue, here comes Emily Cotty down the inside, 3 wide down the pit straight into turn 1. Wow. Beautifully done by Emily Cotty. Takes 2 for the price of 1. Also sets the fastest lap of the race. The Tony Kart driver and the privateer entry is absolutely flying.
That was superb. Down the inside, 3 wide into turn 1. That's not something you want to see here at Warden Law, but Emily Cotty, they're certainly making it look somewhat easy out there. Devon Nolan right in the background there as well, latching on to the rear bumper. They are working together quite well here to try and open up a gap and try close in on the drivers up in front. Now, remember, Victor Hansen, I believe, in the 28 has got a warning flag at the moment. The number 21 of Victor Hansen has got a 5-second time penalty. Joe Anderson with a warning, and then who else? The 13 of Deacon Russell. Okay, so Victor Hansen's the only driver there with a 5-second time penalty. That would put Emily Cotty up into 7th, but needs to get past Joe Anderson to try and secure it, and off the track, that is Emily Cotty. Our commentator's curse is hitting hard there.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Emily Cotty, and all that hard work that she's put in the last few minutes is undone. And with time now out on the clock and the last lap board about to go out, it's just going to be a bit too much to do for Cotty to make it into the top 6 in this race.
But crucially, for the top 6, it's going rather well. Kai Veach, who's got a gap of 1.3 seconds, has left the field. Aris Mijalskis and Zach Turner, who are relatively close, 2nd and 3rd, they are Lerner Stern. They've not been battling. Armin Banzel and Victor Hansen. Remember, Hansen, with the 5-second time penalty, is under pressure. Sakaguchi and Joe Anderson would be the drivers who would go up into 5th and 6th out on circuit. So right now it is all down to what they can do. There is Sakaguchi and Joe Anderson. They are on the cusp here. They are battling for the last 2 transfer spots into the pre-final, as Devon Nolan now sees a 5-second time penalty as well. So Devon Nolan, who is there in 8th place, will not finish in 8th place, as he's got 2 drivers just behind him there. But for Kai Veach, this race is signed, sealed and done. He's got 1 more corner to go, and he will be the first driver through into the pre-final, as well as Mijalskis. Turner will cross the line in 3rd, who drops back at the end. Armin Banzel, Victor Hansen, Sakaguchi and Joe Anderson, they would be the drivers to go through. Victor Hansen with the 5-second time penalty, that would drop him to 7th place out on track, so he will not make it through. But remember, everything that we say there is provisional, of course, because a lot of things need to happen before we determine who will make it through into that pre-final later on today. But that, crucially, that was a battle for a lot of drivers, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think for the top 6, they all earned their places in that one. Veach did the job, had pole position, started off at the start of the race, got that gap. And in the end, 1.28 seconds. Mijalskis, we saw battling in the early stage and thought, oh, is that a bit of a risky play? But efficiency through the field books his place into the pre-final. Likewise for Zach Turner and Armin Banzel. I think the driver that really impressed me in that race, though, Anthony, was Shun Sekiguchi, because that timing that he had, got the pace going around, what was it, lap 3, lap 4, and just picked off each of the drivers in that middle pack group one by one, earns himself a spot in that top 6. And Joe Anderson as well, once the 5-second penalty for Hansen is applied provisionally, of course, in the results at the moment. Joe Anderson had to fight tooth and nail to make sure that he was in that top 6 come the end of the classification. So yeah, everybody did some good work out there to make sure their weekends continue.
Yeah, certainly so. Devon Nolan as well, of course, with that 5-second time penalty, will drop back from 8th place. Deacon Russell, Jacob Wood, Sky Parker and Emily Cotty rounding out the 12 karts that finished the race. 2 retirements, Eli Bannon and Drigos Pavlonis, who unfortunately came together at Gasworks Hairpin. 2 non-starters, Reg Hayward and Lachlan Johnson. Unfortunately, their weekend's over before the day even starts. So they make their way back into Parc Ferme. They'll get weighed, scaled on that as well. They'll check their nose cone to make sure all is well. Drivers will go into scrutineering. You'll have many drivers and mechanics down there making sure all wagons are working well. Now, comments coming in, more of them coming in. Now, Finley Liddy has come in to say, shout out to the marshals. Now, on my piece of paper, Finley, you are our gate marshal. So you are working well and also watching the stream as well. Yeah, shout out to the marshals out there. I got given a list. You got Ben at P1, you got Michael, Jack, Ryan, Pav, Chris, Jake and Scott out on track, giving us all the hard work out there on the marshals. You've got Ashley on the dummy grid, you've got Finley on the gate, you've got Ethan on the scales, and the rest as well. Jake on the start line as well, Jamie as well. You've got Anthony, James, Danny out there as well. So we have got a bit of time between now and the next race, Micromax UK being the next one. Looking forward to seeing what they can do, because really it's all been down to Emerson McAndrew-Owen on this one, who himself didn't qualify too well, did Emerson McAndrew-Owen. 6th in qualifying, but the heat went his way.
Yeah, in terms of racecraft and how he's working his way through the most important bit of all, he's really, really on form. He's been a star in Micromax so far this season, and he's one of those drivers who's come into this weekend, I think, with a lot of quiet confidence. We talked in the paddock show, which if you're watching here on the live stream, you'll be able to see later on today on this broadcast. But for those of you who did watch it last night when it was on the Alpha Live and the Motorsport UK channels, this weekend is about build. If you're in the championship battle, as Emerson is, this is about securing a number of points at the end of the season. That means you haven't got too much to do, ideally, when we go to PF International in October. And that's exactly what Emerson's doing right now. Obviously, had that great form earlier in the season at Kimbolton and Glanny Gores. And if he continues this run here, he's going to put on a tidy score. That means he doesn't necessarily need to be one of those drivers going all out or nothing to win the title when we do get to PF International. Having said that, though, this is one of our tightest classes of all after the intermediate classification points that were awarded onto the scores from last night. 2 points is the separation between McAndrew-Owen and Edward Haynes, who was another driver who's really impressed me so far this season. And another one of those drivers as well, when we were talking about the Bambinos earlier, Edward Haynes, who's come through those categories, even though still so young, has got a number of years of experience in karting underneath him and has formed him into a really solid driver who hasn't, in any of the championship scores so far this season, been any lower than 7th. It's been top 10, top 10, top 10. That consistency that we're looking for from our championship contenders in there once again. This is going to be one that A, is great to watch here at Warden Law this weekend, but B, is also going to go all the way to the end of the championship at PFI. Yeah, no, 100%. You hit the nail on the head there with the consistency, because that really does win championships, doesn't it? You know, you can have your E plates, you can have your O plates, you can have your GP plates, anything like that, but consistency across circuits, across the UK as well, that is what you need from a driver, and that is what we've seen from a number of these drivers. There you can see them lined up on the dummy grid, ready to head out to the circuit. Their race due to start at 10:02, which by my screen is around 1 minute, 2 minutes time. But yeah, for Emerson McAndrew-Owen, it has been a roller coaster on this one. He's had to work his way through the field from qualifying, but he starts this one on pole position, so that should certainly help him out as well. Jensen Chalk, Kian Bernard as well. Edward Haynes has been, like you say, the driver has impressed me the most, because qualifying didn't go his way, qualified 12th, but he starts this one on the second row. They're ready to go. We're ready to go, because the next race, Micromax, is coming up next. So here, let's take you through the starting lineup. Emerson McAndrew-Owen and Jensen Chalk start this one on the front row. Kian Bernard, who put it on pole position yesterday, only could do a 2nd and a 6th in the qualifying heats. He's 4th in the championship. Edward Haynes, like we were saying, who went out on slicks on a wet track, qualified 12th, came back in the heats with an 8th and a 2nd place. He starts this one on the second row. Riley Morrow and Oliver Spencer, they round out the third row, Spencer being 3rd in the championship. On to row number 4, Harry Taylor and Mason Brooks go inside the top 10, which is completed by Austin Oman and Samuel Lowdy. Josh Hushka and Josh Cormack start on the 6th row of the grid. Then to the final few rows of the grid, How are we looking, Anthony?
Arthur Farrow, Charlie Page, Joshua Cook and Dean Pahal who round out the field on that one. So plenty of action, and the Marshall's flags there waving in the wind shows it's quite brisk out there as well. Shout out to kartpicks.net, Chris Walker, who is manning an Alpha Live camera. This very one that you can see. This is moving pictures, Chris. Welcome to the world of moving pictures, not static ones.
Are we ready for a race start then here in Micromax? Yes, we are. Away we go. Good start for McAndrew Uren as into turn one they all go. Bit of scrambling in the middle of the pack there. Oliver Spencer right in the middle of all of that, but that is a very good start for our pole sitter, who has already got, what would you say, a 5-6 karts length gap. Trouble there for the number 64 of Jensen Chalk. That's not a good start for the driver who started on the anti-pole side of the grid, and on the front row has been shuffled out there down to around maybe 9th, 10th position. It's all going on as they go through Senna 1 and Senna 2.
Yeah, that's a terrible start there for Jensen Chalk. Very unfortunate for him. Hopefully he can fight his way back through the field. Still side by side there in the mid-pack. Samuel Lowdy and the number 45 trying to make moves on the Synergy factory team kart. But all at the moment, the eyes are at the front as Cian Bernard getting involved in the battle. Edward Haynes there as well. Jensen Chalk, who's dropped down. Emerson McAndrew Uren, though, despite all of this, has still managed to just drive away from the rest of the field. Look at the gap he's got already as they make their way across the start-finish line. It's Emerson McAndrew Uren that leads the way from Cian Bernard, Edward Haynes from Riley Morrow, Harry Taylor from Spencer, from Austin Oman, from Cormac, from Hushka, from Farrow, from Pahal, who's had a brilliant start up into 11th place, from Cook, Brooks, Lowdy, Chalk and Page, the 16 drivers out there at the moment. You are watching on your screens the battle for second place. The GP plate, Cian Bernard, who won the Kart Masters Grand Prix Championship, sits there in second, but Edward Haynes right on the tail, but not for much longer as he sends it down the inside there through Senna 1. Will have to defend because he'll have to watch for the switchback here from Bernard as he tries to get the waft out of the corner. Can't quite maintain it, and they do hold those positions. So now Edward Haynes, who qualified 12th, now up to second in the pre-final.
Yeah, this is what he needs. Another driver trying to refine that early season form is down the inside there into Gasworks. That's Spencer. The O-plate holder, Oliver Spencer, going past the number 22 of Riley Murrow. So that should be for... Actually, Harry Taylor's been involved in all of that as well. So that is a good scrap going on for 4th, 5th and 6th places. I'm sure he won't because he's a very professional young driver. But Emerson McAndrew Uren right now, don't look round. Don't look round and let the sheer size of the gap that he's got at the moment get into his own head. Yeah. Because he's driving brilliantly right now, 1.88 seconds ahead of Haynes and Bernard. But just to come back to Haynes as well, another driver, say, started the season fantastically. Was in the top 3 consistently at Kimbolton. Did well at GYG as well as through goes the number 53 of Harry Taylor there. Yeah. And this is what Haynes needs after, as you say, that difficult start to the weekend that he had with qualifying and not quite getting the tyre choice right. This is more like it from the RCE driver. Look at that down the inside. That's Josh Cormac in the number 21 for Toby George Motorsport, trying to make a way past the number 53 of Harry Taylor. As we were expecting, Anthony, it is ferocious out there in Micromax.
As always, we always see it. Now, there's a 5-second time penalty there. That's going out to the number 22 of Riley Morrow, who sits there in 7th place right now. So, well, that's not gone Morrow's way at all. So he's going to have an even bigger fight on his hands now out on circuit. Hopefully he can hold on to that one. 8.5 minutes to go on this one. This is still the battle for second place. Haynes with the fastest lap of the race still has Cian Bernard all over his rear bumper. Now, crucially, now they're trying to work together to see if they can close the gap up to Emerson McAndrew Uren. The gap at the moment is 1.5 seconds. And on that last lap, Edward Haynes was 0.2 faster than Emerson McAndrew Uren. And in Sector 2 as well, well, they're still latching on around the same times, actually. Sector 2, they were all a little bit faster. So this could close in, but the gap, crucially now, has actually opened up just that little bit more. So it's fluctuating between the two of them as they cross the line again. It was 1.7, now it's 1.6. It's ping-ponging at the moment. It's going up and down. They're matching the pace.
It is. And McAndrew Uren continues to do a fantastic job at the front of this field. Change for 14th place just confirmed over the line. Charlie Page has got past Dean Pahal. 8 minutes remaining on the clock. Who's made the most progress in this race so far? Well, Josh Cormac up 6 places into the top 6. Spencer there on your screen with Harry Taylor running out of Senna 2 and towards the back chicane. What can they do in the second half of this race? Have they got the pace to close in on Haynes and Bernard, who continue to hold that formation, second and third place? They're definitely in a working agreement right now out on circuit. What are the sector times looking like? Well, again, they're good in Sector 1. It's Sector 2 where I don't think they're quite able to benefit from having, you know, two sets of engines versus one right now. Pace that time around, well, they've got the gap down to 1.4 seconds. It is coming down, Anthony, but it's not at the kind of rate that is going to worry McAndrew Uren at the moment in terms of holding onto this into this race lead. He's holding that position at a reasonable amount as the time ticks by.
Well, you say that, but the gap's now 1.1 seconds. They've still got 6.5 minutes left of this race. Yep. That is a very doable gap to try and close down. So there could still be a fight here, and I'm actually looking at the gap. Like visually there, that's closing in. Yeah. This battle is far from over. I am really curious to see what is going to happen on this one, because these drivers, they've had to deal with Emerson McAndrew and just winning over the course of this season. And there's another championship that I think a lot of other drivers are feeling a very similar feeling about that as well, with one driver winning. They want to try and close up as much as they possibly can. And Edward Haynes, once again, fastest lap of the race. Kean Bernard is pushing him along here as they work together. This battle here as well, they are doing exactly the same. Spencer and Taylor, they are doing exactly the same now as they latch onto each other, try and push each other along to see if they can try and close up on the rest of the field as well. You've got Cormac Murrow as well just behind. Murrow with the 5-second time penalty as well. Josh Huschka still there in 8th place from Mason Brooks. They're still battling away. Joshua Kirk and Oman. Arthur Farrow not having a good lap on that last one. Laudy and Charlie Page getting through. Farrow down into 14th place now from Jensen Chalk and Dian Pahal at the back of the field there in P16. Wind still blows as the karts make their way around. Back here with second and third, and look at that, less than a second now. 0.8 of a second. Edward Haynes is on a charge here.
Yeah, 0.4 that last lap. Haynes has kicked this up into another gear, and now they really are. They just flicked the pace at the right time there to close in this gap, and is now in the favour of Haynes and Bernard with 5 minutes remaining on the clock. I would still say for Emerson McAndrew Uren, don't change the plan at the moment. It's understandable that he's being closed in right now as he's up against two other drivers, and his pace is still stronger, 57.67, a new personal best for McAndrew Uren. I'm intrigued to see, Anthony, what Edward Haynes does if and when he catches up to Emerson ahead, because he is dropping Kean Bernard ever so slightly behind. Does he actually switch his tactics and starts to work with the race leader and at least consolidate second and push Bernard out of it?
That would be the smart thing to do. That would be, you know, what a logical person would. Well, from right now, who's not racing, that's what you would do. That's what we say you should do. That's probably what everyone on the sidelines is saying you should do as well. But when you're a driver who's in the moment right there, and you can see that you're catching, you can see you've got the pace. The first thing that goes through your mind is, I've got the pace. I need to get past immediately, straight away, and try and break away. That is where it really falls down to a driver's mentality out on circuit. And both Emerson McAndrew Uren and Edward Haynes have a perfect racecraft mentality. They have done it all the way throughout this season. They know what they need to do. It is just curious to see what happens, because at the penultimate stage of the championship, that's where things start to happen, where you think, I need to get this move done because I need to gain these points as well, because it all falls down to that one. Is he going to do it straight away, or is he going to work and save it for the very last lap? That's the main question.
And another factor with the way this circuit races, you know, different circuits and different characteristics. I was watching the senior Rotax heat yesterday. Kai Hunter was in a similar situation to this, had got a good gap at the start of the race and was closed in, but actually his race management meant that when he got to the last couple of laps, he was just able to hold enough performance in reserve to keep him there in P1 and never really in trouble. I wonder is that what Emerson McAndrew Uren, because we know these drivers watch the older drivers for all of their, you know, learnings and tips of how to do things out on circuit, and looking at the pace that McAndrew Uren's starting to turn now, he's doing that holding at an arm's length thing in karting terms of the gap's down to 4-5 tenths, but right now doesn't seem to be closing any further. I say that was a really good run through really Senna 2 by Edward Haynes, and now he's in that crucial position. He'll start to feel the aerodynamic benefit of sitting right in the toe of the race leader. This is on now, 2 3/4 minutes remaining on the clock. Can Emerson McAndrew-Uren hold on to this race lead? Coming around to finish lap 10. Not a lot of time remaining on the clock here, Anthony. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Micromax here today.
Exactly, and many people around the world watching as well. Hello to, or good evening to Michael Burke, who joined us on the live stream as well. Evening all. It is 5 to 8 in Bathurst, Australia at the moment, where he is watching from as well. Good luck to Emerson McAndrew-Uren as well from Harry Friel, as this battle now is underway. Here we go, less than 2 minutes to go, and looking immediately to the inside. There goes Haynes for the lead, wasting no time whatsoever. Exactly what we were talking about earlier on. Is he going to wait and try and work with him, or is he just going to use the momentum he's got and just try and immediately attack? And that's immediately what he has done. Now, crucially, that brings on to my next point now. This finishing order determines where the drivers start for the final later on today.
Yep.
And what have we just seen with Jensen Chalk, who started on the front row on the outside? He's fallen back into the field. That is what Haynes wants to do to Emerson McAndrew-Uren in the final. He wants to force him to start on that outside row going into the start of the final later on.
It's such a fast run, but also into turn one. But once you get through turn one, right here, this is where it tightens, and you want to be on the optimum racing line when it's a first lap of one of these races. So you're absolutely spot on there. The drivers do need to think about this. Oh, that was a moment for Edward Haynes over the curbs. The big curbs here at Warden Law. He's looking over his shoulder now for where McAndrew-Uren is. This is going to bring Cian Bernard back into things. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, less than a minute to go on the clock here in the Micromax pre-final. And Bernard reads that beautifully. Moment for the top two, and through comes the GP plate holder.
Now, this isn't still bad news. Well, this is still bad news for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, because he's still there on the outside row. Haynes will have the inside row if he starts in third place going into the final later on. So he's still in a good spot here. It's really down to Emerson McAndrew-Uren right now. Can he get first place? He needs to try and get that spot back. This is exactly what Bernard did, you know, that he won that GP plate at Kart Masters. It was in this sort of same situation, you know, battling away and taking full advantage of the situation happening in front of him. And he's done it again here in this pre-final at Warden Law. This is brilliant stuff, but right now it's a defensive game all the way to the end. The timer strikes 0 in 3 seconds, meaning they will be going on to the last lap now, and round the outside goes Emerson McAndrew-Uren through the St John's corner. That was incredible.
It was indeed, but it's not over yet. Through Centre 2 they go on towards the back chicane. Yet to see the final lap board. It's just to note as well that Riley Murrow has improved up to 4th place, has got past Harry Taylor and Oliver Spencer recently. This is good stuff from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and actually Cian Bernard's dropped off a bit there.
Yeah.
Through the horseshoe. So arguably it's going to be between these two as they head on to the final lap. But having said that, we've already seen Cian Bernard closing a huge gap in just a moment in this race. To the inside goes McAndrew-Uren. Good defence, blocks on the inside there as they go through Brian's Bend on towards St John's. This is a proper race out here in Micromax.
Bernard's closed back in now. He took the optimal line there through the first turn, and now he's instantly involved, and now that's crucial for Haynes, who's had to go defensive now from Bernard, who sends it down the inside through Senna 1 and gets it done. Haynes has dropped. That's just gifted it back to Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He didn't even drop a bead of sweat, did Emerson McAndrew-Uren. No drama there whatsoever. Knew exactly what he needed to do and maintaining his track position. And right now, he is just driving his way to a pole position start for the final later on in Micromax. This has been a professional drive from all of these drivers, hasn't it?
It's been superb. It's been a really strong run once again from Micromax out of the final corner. Emerson McAndrew-Uren takes the pre-final in stunning fashion ahead of Edward Haynes and Cian Bernard. It's still going on for 4th place. It's been back and forth for the last couple of laps. In fact, it's Murrow, Josh Cormack in 5th. But that was the battle for 6th place over the line that Joshua Cook wins out in the end. 7th for Mason Brooks, 8th Oliver Spencer, Jensen Chalk and Samuel Laudy complete the top 10 in that was a properly entertaining race, Anthony, in Micromax, and it goes the way of Emerson McAndrew Uren.
Yeah, there were battles all the way throughout that field as well. A huge battle from 6th place all the way down to 13th across the line as well. But Emerson McAndrew Uren will take the race win on that one from Cian Bernard, Edward Haynes from Riley Murrow, from Josh Cormack. 7 positions gained in that one. I suspect he may gain one more because remember Riley Murrow has got that 5-second time penalty that will be added onto his race results at the end of that one. Josh Cook as well, 9 positions gained, finishing in P6. That is a fantastic drive for Joshua Cook out there on the number 75. Brilliant to see. He will start well up in the order for the final later on today. Mason Brooks as well, finishing there in 7th place, gaining the 1 position from Oliver Spencer, who's not the greatest race on that one. Finishes in 8th place. Jensen Chalk from Sam Laudy, Austin Oman from Harry Taylor, Yots Hushka and Charlie Page, Arthur Farrow and Dean Pahal rounding out the 16 kart grid. They will sort themselves out, and we'll see them out later on today for their final. If you are a Micromax fan, their final will be race 22 at 1:30 local time. Set your alarms or stay with us for the rest of the day. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy it. Patrick Campbell joining us on the live chat. Great race, Patrick. I will agree with you. That was indeed a fantastic race. More races to come as well, because it's time for some of our oldest drivers here this weekend. Senior Rotax Race 17 pre-final. That is the next one coming up. And again, it's been a story in this one. Local driver Kai Hunter, championship leader, now extending his championship lead. There was only 1 point between himself and Matthew Higgins going into this weekend. It's now extended to 10 points now going into this pre-final. But crucially, the rest of the field behind is still very close as well. Guy Cunnington, Lewis Gilbert, they are very close in the championship. Only a handful of points between them. We'll find out what happens in that race, though, in a few moments' time. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't
back, everybody, to Warden Law. We're in the aftermath of a truly thrilling junior Rotax final. Very different one as well, with penalties coming into play. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé for some of the thoughts with the drivers.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. A brilliant way to end the weekend here at Warden Law. The sun is shining, and Ewan Charman, after gaining 14 positions plus a 5-second time penalty, you still, despite all the odds, win that race by half a second after the penalties applied. But what a final that is. I mean, talk us through that.
I mean, it's hard to really put into words. I mean, had a good start. Of course, there was the crash at the second corner. Did really well to avoid that. And then, yeah, I just progressively was really fast throughout.
Apologies there for the loss of sound down there with Anthony on, and they're clearly buzzing. Ewan Charman, it's one of those nervous energies when you come off after a race like that. Not that I can speak from much experience of that personally, but good to see that Ewan Charman is very proud of his result there. It elevates him to, at least for now, as all things shake out, third place in the championship. Let's actually just have a rundown, at least verbally, for the virtual championship scores. 15th of October, we will be at PF International, well, the weekend of the 14th and the 15th of October, with the live stream on the Sunday on the 15th. In Junior Rotax, the scores will look something a little bit like this. Macaulay Bishop has a healthy lead, 743 points. Second, Ethan Jeff Hall on 682. Ewan Charman, we were just speaking to him there, the winner of this race, in stunning fashion, overcoming the penalty of 5 seconds to, in the end, win by 0.58 seconds, will be third on 675. Very, very close in that region for third place. Fourth will be Joshua Graham on 674. Gustav Usakovs, with his strong results there, in second place in the final here at Warden Law, will be on 673. Bit of a gap back for Spearing there on 6th, Behrman 7th, and Jungling on 610 points in 7th place. All of those results, everything from this weekend, you can review on the British Kart Championships website. And as we say, the next time you'll be able to see action from the Wera Tools British Kart Championships will be on Sunday, the 15th of October. We will be at PF International. A few quick thanks from myself before we sign off for today. Big thanks to Anthony Jordan down in the pits and alongside me here on commentary. Our whole team here today. Lucy Derrick for her work behind the scenes, getting us all organised. James Fitchie, who's been alongside me on the buttons for the production. Stuart Rice, John Ratcliffe, Michael Yao, and Dylan Kirkpatrick and Amy as well. I think we can, though, head down to Anthony Jordan again in the Parc Fermé for him to continue with the thoughts of the drivers.
You can all see, hear me, and everything along those lines. Ewan Charman, well, finally, after a tough-fought year, you finally take your first win, but you had to work for it. 14 positions gained, a 5-second time penalty, and then they released Gustav Usakovs, who nearly closed it. Look at the cheeky smile on his face. I said, I nearly had you, but mate, you got away with that one.
Yeah, it was an amazing win. Of course, had to avoid the crash at turn 2. Which was very stressful. Had to go on the grass to avoid it, and then after that there was a gap between me and the front pack. Slowly made my way up to them, and then once I got up to them, it was quite difficult to pass Macaulay and Josh, because although it's wet, you could still defend, and they did that really well. And then, but once I got past them, I was quite happy to have pulled away from the main pack. And then, of course, Gustav's got through, and they started to slowly close in on me. And as he was closing in on me, it's just like, I didn't know whether I had got it or not. And, of course, I didn't know I had it up until, of course, I came across the line and the whole team celebrating. It's just a feeling that I'll never be able to recreate, really.
Exactly. That is going to go down as one of the best Rotax finals I've seen in a while. But, mate, honestly, this helps out your championship fight as well. I think that bumps you up to third in the point standing. So going into PFI, it's still looking good.
Yeah, still the possibility to win, I think. It's going to be a stretch because, of course, Bishop is quite far ahead, but I think second is definitely on.
Mate, honestly, wicked final. We'll see you on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff there for you and Charman. Gustav Huzakovs, bring it in. What is it about this circuit that you like so much with getting, I think, I'm not going to say lucky because you're quick around here, but it always seems to fall your way?
It's a good circuit. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, talk us about that race, because as soon as you got past Bishop, you were just tantalisingly close to catching up to the back of Ewan on that one. But seriously, that was an impressive drive. I mean, from you, this weekend's been a tough one, hasn't it?
Yeah, through the heats and qualifying and pre-final, we've just been like mid-pack, like 7th to 8th. And then now, I think I don't know what we did, but we found something.
Yeah. Definitely found something in that one. Still a fantastic result for yourself, and you've got the podiums coming up later on. You can enjoy that one, but like you say, this season's been a tough one. PFI, one more round to go. Are you looking forward to it, or is it just like, oh, I just want to go home?
Now we're still to play for. I think in the championship, it's quite close between like the top 3, 4. Yeah. So we'll see what we can do there.
Honestly, looking forward to seeing what you can do out there at PFI. Congratulations on this one. Enjoy the podiums later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Let's bring in third place, who at the moment is just getting celebrated with Joe Tony there. Leave him alone, Joe. I need him. Mate, on this one. Well, congratulations, Joshua. I mean, that was a race. I mean, the Argentis were looking absolutely rapid out there. The different racing lines as well. You were using that tighter inside line. Way more effective than what we thought it was.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a lot grippier towards the end of the race, but yeah, pretty decent.
Yeah, solid result for yourself, like you say, coming away with that top 3. I mean, while you were racing out there, do you know what happened to Bishop out there? Because he was racing a lot, and then all of a sudden it slowed right down, and then it was defending all the way. What did you see from your point?
Yeah, towards the start of the race, I closed the gap, and then overtook him. He overtook me back, and then he started defending, which was tough to get by in this greasy, slippy conditions. But eventually, I got past him and sort of drove away.
Yeah, you were lucky with that one as well. And what were you thinking when you saw Ewan come through the field? Because he started well down there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the KR chassis is really good around here. So, yeah, he won last week here as well. So I knew he was going to be pretty quick. So, yeah, well done to him. Yeah, well, still well done to you as well. It's still a solid result going P3. We'll see you on the podiums a bit later on. But, yeah, well done. Thank you. I'd like to thank Argenta Motorsport, KR chassis, my dad, Ron Meadows and Danny Sweeney. Hey, honestly, well done. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium. Thank you. Excellent stuff there for our top 3. And what a way to end the stream here at Warden Law. It's been a challenging, tough weekend for everyone, but a huge congratulations to all the drivers. A huge thank you to the marshalling team and the camera crews had to battle the horrible conditions out there. From myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, we will see you in a few weeks' time when we head to Paul Fletcher International Raceway for the final round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Rotax and Honda.